Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the Galarian Darmaka hunt. Nothing else. Darmaka hunt today. We'll be able to get some checks done there. But it feels kind of weird to be only hearing one music in here. So used to not just hearing this sound, I'm so used to be hearing also the Mount Aquila sounds. But maybe it's a good thing, you know? It's a good thing that the Mount Aquila one is indeed over now. But yeah, we shall see what happens today. Getting started in a moment. Gonna be waiting until, you know, the ad break is indeed over. Let's wake up the screen though. But be going on indeed soon. I did move the dudes to the corner that I thought I would be moving them in once they're, you know, is in the game there. Small things like that, indeed. that's it. As I've said plenty of times, I'm most likely not gonna be doing really anything too much in the Ultramoon file that I've been hunting. I really don't have anything else in mind right now. I would like to do, you know. I don't really have anything else in mind indeed. But if I do, you know, I can always go back there. Yep. Let's get into the hunting today, then. Capture has, as usual, be having a lot of stories to be told. Said bunch of things. Yeah, I decided to be continuing single hunting today. I mean, as I said, I don't really mind doing single hunting, and it's a nice change for sure. It do be indeed. As I said, I don't think that I will be having any problems today, unlike yesterday a little bit, because I was doing the double hunting already, you know. Then to be switching to single hunting. Feeling a little bit weird. And I also decided to be doing Galarian Darumaka today, because I really wanted to be hitting the 1000 yesterday. But you know, since the birthday did be yesterday, so I need to be going there. Oh, I want to be having, as I said, a good start for the next phase, because I think that I will be taking a break from this. Probably gonna be coming back at some point. More on the winter time for once again. Even though we might be having snow in still for the next month. Or even 2. I think only month, but yeah. Unfortunately, the snow really isn't going right now anywhere. But we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. And I have a feeling that I can get a decent amount of encounters in today, because I'm only doing single hunting. I don't need to be waiting. I mean, it's around 125 chicks that I was able to do when I was double hunting. So I was kind of thinking like 130 an hour. Any amount is good amount to me. But yeah. I think if I will be getting a face today, that I will not be, you know, doing another phase in today then. I will not even start a new phase. Start from, you know, complete scratch. Next time I'll be hunting. Moving to be doing something else indeed. But we shall see what happens. Yeah, I do be feeling a little bit nicer compared to yesterday. I don't, you know, feel like the, you know, nose running and everything like that. It's definitely nice. It's definitely very nice indeed. Oh yeah. Oh, hello. You decided to be showing yourself already. Nice to see you. What I would like to next face on this, if it's of course gonna, like, you know what I would like to face on if I face on next. I mean, I will be always be joking about the Sojourner, so there is that indeed. You know, maybe. Yeah, I would be getting it, you know. Possibility. I would say like one hunting thing that I'm kind of looking forward to doing at some point Unfortunately, I, can't really be doing it on Switch. I mean, you can, but not really. Is to be doing, like, I was thinking in the summertime, I could be doing, like, both, like, surfing and, like, fishing encounters. It's kind of hard because there really isn't an easy way to be getting, surfing encounters because it's easy to avoid them. In my opinion, it's easier to be trying to avoid them than actually be encountering them sometimes. And I don't know, there is interesting. There's interesting, It's interesting ones for sure, but I don't know what I would specifically want to be going for. Actually, I'm gonna be checking it out. Because there's one place that I would quite be interested in. Maybe hunt, indeed. I would just would like to know what kind of encounter tables there is for things. One of those places that can be changing the weather. Peak of Outrage is the place. Interested in them. It's not a hidden encounter. It's kind of is a visible encounter, but I'm glad to say that there's gonna be specifically for swimming something. Send specifically. Oh, there it is. Mostly Mantine and Mantike. Vanillide in specific weathers, and Parascuda is ridiculously rare. Really then isn't anything too interesting in my mind there. It's fine, bottom. Then there is the there is two Lake Milo, which is in two parts, south and the north. Yeah, Pikimyuku is quite interesting. It's fishing only though. Pikimyuku do tend to be. A surfing encounter says Scalding, Winkle, Barboard, Strifloon, and Vanillite. At the north one of them. Not like my luck. What's going on there? There's more options. Scalding, Winkle, Barboach, Drifloon, Vanillite, and Furlies. seems, you know, interesting. Maybe. It's like XU is one place as well. But there could be interesting ones. Because I know for sure that I don't want to be doing the what is it? The thing in Crown Tundra. I don't want to be doing the icy area. There's some interesting options there for sure, but at the same time. Oh, on the east. It's like actually there's actually quite nice things. It's Shelter, Coldeen, Chinchou, Wingle, Vanillite, and Furlies. It's interesting ones. Or X-Wall, XU. Same thing. So of course the west one as well. It's available in there. Surfing ones. Sure, Golding, Manish, Corchin, Shower, Emerald, Vanillite, and Furlies. So those seem like more interesting ones. I think the east one is nicer because Shelter is not available only in one weather or two weathers, but still. It's the case, isn't it? Yeah, Shelter is like kind of weird in that, honestly. I know one place is available like in almost, or it's available in any weather, and then on the other one it's only available on the snowy ones. I'm starting to think routes. It's only route 9 that I can think of that has any water that you can surf on, and there's gonna be a bunch of interesting encounters. But if there isn't, if I remember correctly though, they're not the most interesting ones. They're again like outrage kind of things, what is over there. It's of course in multiple different parts. For one area there's Quillfish, Polyper, Manchag, and Jellychange. Not the most interested on. Not the worst, not the worst. There is on the next one, there is Tremorate, Mantine, Wolmer, and Mantike. That's a little bit more interesting. It's a little bit more interesting indeed. I don't know how interested I'm on it, but it do be interesting, it do be. I remember that there is on one wild area Richfield. I was mixing up some of the wild area names. Seems to be id. In there is Quillfish, Aldine, Vanillite, and EA. Again, not too bad, but I don't know how interested I'm in those. So far, still the East Lake XU is the one that I'm interested in. I'm gonna check out though the things in Isle of Armor though. There's quite a good amount of them. Like the sea area, there is of course the only Sharpedo everywhere. Oh, there. Not Forest of Fairies. Forest of Focus, please. It's a little bit more fitting place for Isle of Armor. Is there actually any surfing encounters there or not? Actually, it says Scorpish Caraman and Aracuda. Cool, but Once in here, there is. Because I know that there's in some areas there's quite interesting Pokemons available in the place. In the place, indeed. But a lot of interesting things in the water areas in Isle of Armor, indeed. I think that's one place in their island. Sea as well. Same thing. It's kind of hard to know though, because some places are in the in like Sword and Shield that they, in my mind, should be just, you know, the island and not like surrounding water areas at all. But you know, most of them do be having a little bit of water around them. Oh jeez. Tentacle line, Gyarados, Chinchou line, Winkle line, Pelipper. Winkle line and Pelipper, because they are definitely not the same line. As Welmer, Trifloon, Manchike. Only Manchike, not Mantine. Please. Is the scrub on the launcher? It's only 5% though. I'm kind of tempted to be hunting for like somebody's scrub like launcher, sword and shield. Skrelb especially, even though Launcher is a great shiny, I do be liking Skrelb shiny so much. It just is something very nice. What honeycomb? Let's see. Okay, it's the same things. Oh. It's the same thing there. I mean, it makes sense. There is a place that I could be finding the dudes a little bit higher in numbers. Yes. So there's C then. Sneasel? Nice to see you around. Is Horsey available? Oh, it's interesting. Still the dudes are... Thanks. Still the Skrelbank launcher is 5 and 1% the evolution. Stepping stone, C then. It's like understandable that most of the encounters are the same between the dudes, but same time it's kind of disappointing. Oh, it's the place that you can find Flapple and Applechan. Let's go. Too interesting on the stepstone sea itself, then surfing wise. Okay. Oh. I mean, I was probably gonna be running into you at some point anyways, but... mean. But Loop Lagoon, I think there's interesting encounters in there. Are the things looking in there? I mean, the cool thing is that there's Clobopus. Pretty neat. It's pretty neat indeed. Oh, the workout C then. Still no updated to percentages for the Skrellband launcher. Don't like that. Love them to be. Would love them to be there more, but anyways. But there doesn't really seem to be anything too interesting apart from the Skrellbor launcher in the Alvarmer Sea areas. Which is kind of disappointing, not gonna lie. Trying to think what is the place called in the Isle of Arm, not the Isle of Arm, the Ground Tundra. Or if I search that, will I be... Yeah, I try to do that. Nice. I understand it, like, is correct way to be saying that the Dino Tree Hill is connects to Polymer Lake to the east, because it's, you know, the only way to be getting there. But at the same time, it is also surrounded by it. You know... The mythical Pokemon called Ayo can be caught in here. No way! Who would have ever thought? Is this interesting surfing encounters I know, like in the Bellamere Lake? It's like so many interesting ones. They're very depending on the weather though, some of them I'm more interested in. Or actually not really. It's just, you know, rare, but to be fair, I kind of was expecting that. You can put in Magikarp, which is, you know, not the most interesting one. Dratini, Barboach, Anorith. Relicanth is pretty cool. Been Diversion, a Basculine form. Then Vanillish. I guess the only weathers that you might not be wanting to be hunting in the Ballymere Lake is when it's, you know, the snowstorm thing or a sandstorm. Because then it's 100% going to be Basculin. Dratini being at 5% all the time, and also Relicanth as well. And Anorith isn't too bad, I will say as well, because the thing is as well that I'm quite interested to be hunting like quite a good amount of the fossils in Sword and Shield. I know that, you know, you can breed for them, but I like to find them in the wild still. There's a reviving thing that is kind of cool that I might do still for some, even though if I would be finding them. And then... and stuff like that, you know. But yeah, I'm quite interested to be going for the fossils indeed. It's the Gen 1 ones you can find in the cave before the Frozen Ocean. I think it's called Frigid Sea. That place that you can find the fully evolved one, and then like the also the area before that cave you can find the both in the cave and in the area before you can be finding the pre-evolution, I'm pretty sure. At least you can find it in the cave. But I'm pretty sure it's only in the water. Then indeed before the cave that I'm talking about, that I can't be remembering the name of, you can be finding a Cradily. No Leap, but anyways. It's just kind of interesting that it's so hard to be finding. It's only through fishing as well, I'm pretty sure. Which is strange, but anyways. I guess it tried to be using suction cups and now it's stuck in the bottom of the ocean. I don't know. And on the same area you can find Arkin. Oh yeah, and the Frigid Sea and the area surrounded. You can be finding Tierchuga and also Caracosta. It's interesting like how some they have been like adding the evolutions and some they have empty. Arantrum and Tyrant you can be finding in the Balimera Lake. And the Mora and Aurorus you can be finding in quite a good amount of the areas where there is snow. Aerodactyl is only as like a wanderer, daily spawn, a strong spawn, whatever my thing is. I think there is at least 2. For some reason my brain is saying that there is 3, but I'm pretty sure it's only 2. So Aerodactyl would be kind of the most annoying one to be hunting for. Because it's not like what like most of the soft tree said hunts are for the dudes. And you can like save like where they are spawning in and you can immediately encounter. But it doesn't work because you know it's on the air. And of course there's the pain of the Galar fossils. I'm not really that much of a pain, but hey, still kind of are. Not the reviving process itself, it's decently fast and compared to quite a good amount of other fossil hunts you can be getting more than 1 check-in, which is lovely. I mean, there is the ways to be getting more than 1 for quite a good amount of them, but usually requires some work also. Another 1%. Nice. What do you? I don't know. As I said, I really want to try to do at, you know, at summertime some sort of a surfing and fishing shiny hunch. So I just think it would be fitting. But we shall see, we shall see. Bunch of interesting hunts. One of the reasons why I, by the way, want to be doing specifically a fishing hunt at some point, because I would like to be getting a shiny from fishing that has the catch of the day. Because the only game to be getting it in. Because what is fishing in Scarlet and Violet? As I said, it's a kind of a shame that you can be getting it. But, understandable. Maybe they could have been getting around it with using, like, specific items, but that's about it, really. I don't think that you can get specifically a shiny Milotic as the catch of the day. Because I'm pretty sure you can't be fishing Milotic, but you can get a Feebas and then evolve it, of course. But yeah, there unfortunately is quite a shallow pool for them. I think, like, honestly for me, like, more reasonable ones is either one of the ones on Route 9 that are quite rare. Can be getting, I think, a way lower than there is at least a 1% Lapras there. No, those would be cool. Even though Lapras is one of the Pokemons that I know that I will be hunting in a few other ways as well. I don't know. Special way is a special way. How are you doing today, Artura, though? Hope you're having a good day. Nice. Is there anything specific in mind if you don't have pool outbreaks? Ooh. I will say that I didn't know that you can find Gardevoir straight away. I mean, yeah, I know that you can find a Gallade. Then again, makes sense that you can find Gardevoir as well. But then again, they do be making weird decisions with outbreaks. What are available and what are not. Ah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's in the Icy Mountain, right? It's the only place that I know that there is it in the wild. Yeah. I mean, I will say though that there is a decent amount that you can see during the daytime with Rolls and Gardevoir as the, you know, the group leader. It's kind of annoying in that it's a day-only hunt, I'm quite sure. At least the Prevos are. Yeah, Icy Mountain, like, whatever is the shiny, or not shiny, but outbreak that you have on the Icy Mountain, I think there is a 70% chance that it's absolute trash. Because it's just the problem that the location is like, there's not that many places that have a bunch of like flat areas. Yeah. It's a cool one to be seeing for sure. A straight up carnivore. I know that Gallade, like, outbreaks, they are usually, or they can be at least found in decent spots. Which is nice, I guess. But yeah, I might be playing tomorrow or somewhere, like in like somewhat close by. I'll be playing a game that I was thinking that I will be playing today, but it releases in like 3 hours, so you know I can't really do it today. And the only problem is that I would need to be like doing setup in order for it to be working because it's on PC. I would otherwise like be fine with doing it halfway through. And also, you know, I need to be downloading it because I can't download it beforehand, which is annoying. Well, might be tomorrow, might be some point next week. It's a funny game that I'm pretty sure is actually from here. Like, the dudes that did make the game are from here. And I mean, it's quite a Finnish thing, even though it's not from Finland. It's just interesting. I think it's Snufkin Melody of Miland or something, the game's name. Something like that. Playing it. Just, you know, because why not? It seems like an interesting game. And everything. It's just, as I said, unfortunately I can't be doing it today because not released yet. Like, we knew that it would be releasing today, but we weren't sure, like, when exactly. It was hard. It wasn't hard to find, but at the same time it was, like, kind of hidden where it is. But I like that they did make, like, for quite a good amount of different time zones, they did make, like, in this time zone, it like releases at this time. They just could be like announcing it in one, and you know there is tools that you can use to convert it if you really want to be knowing when it's for you. But yeah, I'll be playing it tomorrow. The problem also is that I would have kind of wanted to be doing it today as well, because I don't know, can I finish it on one stream? Yeah. Fair enough. But at the same time, if it's not that hard to be finding it. For example, like I have kind of memorized whenever there is Nintendo things happening because they happen like at the same time each time. So I'm like, oh, it's that time, oh, it's 4 p.m. Cool. But yeah. It isn't thankfully too hard because there is indeed tools online that you can use. But you know what they didn't list when it's releasing in Germany? They only released when it's released in Sweden. How do you know when it's released for you? Because it's definitely not the same time. I mean, it makes more sense that it's marked as Sweden. Because the thing, the Moomins are originally from there, but... Still, it's funny. I'm pretty sure they did make like 2 times for like both Helsinki and like for another like country that is like the same time, and it's like, why? It's the same like hour. You don't need to be putting 2 different countries there, you know. But anyways, or cities, whatever my things. But yeah, I will say one thing that is gonna be weird about playing the game is that learning the English names. Because, you know, it's a children's cartoon that I have watched like when I was young. You know, that is in Finnish. I will say that there's some questionable choices naming wise that might not be going that well anymore. But hey, it's an old thing, so it do be funny like that. What are you? I'll be set up Engage and then play it someday. I guess like the problem is that how do I get audio to be working? And also the thing is that, you know, I don't want there to be always notification that someone is playing a game. You know? Because right now I'm using the audio straight from the capture card. I guess it's nice. But yeah, we're gonna be having a break soon-ish. Oh yeah. Moomins is one of those things that for whatever reason, even though it's not from here, but it's like, as I said, quite popular in here, that for whatever reason, Japan is like obsessed with it. I don't know why. Like the two, oh no, there's 3 languages that it has been like very well advertised. Finnish, because you know it's made from here and it's a big thing here. Sweden, because Swedish, because you know it's from there originally. And then the third is indeed Japanese. I don't understand, but anyways. Let's do one more encounter. I'll wait until the ads start and are over. Nice. What are you hunting on then? Ooh. It's the spicy meatball. Or even cheesy meatball. Lovely one. I mean, it is quite said that Geodude is usually the cheese when it's, you know, shiny because yellowish. And then Alolan Geodude is, I guess, more of like a cheddar cheese. And then, you know, both of the evolutions are quite like meatball colors. And then I don't know what to do with, actually, with the dudes. What do you mean you don't want a meatball? But I do be loving, though, them shiny wise. Oh. Nice. I will say that I still would be wishing that you could be using either like Magnet Pull or the... what is it? The static to be making them more likely to be there, but sandwiches do the same thing. But it's still unfortunate because I'm like, why remove the outside of battle effects feature? Why? That's so cool. Yeah, that's a very nice one though. I will say though, if you ask me, Alolan Geodude is in a spot that there is a lot of them anyways. Like, no matter like where you're like specifically hunting for it. Nice. Alrighty, let's go. Hey, Dube. It's the spicy cheese. Speaking of cheese, I don't know why, but sometimes I really want to be having cheddar cheese, even though like most of the time I just don't like it, it's not my thing. But in some situations it's a nice one. But I guess I don't like it as much because most that we can find as like cheddar cheese in the store is either the ones that, you know, melt, that then we usually use for like hamburgers if we buy them. And then the other option is that if it's not the melty kind, they are so thick. And I don't like thick cheese slices in my bread. Or sandwich, whatever my thing. Yeah, it's not that easy. Because the problem is that if you want to cut it, it just crumbles. And you know, it's not like that thick that you can really slice it, it's just like too thick for my liking. They're like pre-made slices that you get. You can't like cut it yourself. Yeah. And also, the only one that we have been able to find that is like the cheddar cheese slices that are not the melty kind. In the box that we buy, it costs like €5. And you get like 10-12 slices. So I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay that much. I can buy for like €5 a some like, in my mind, better cheese that are like very, I think compared to that, like maybe fourth of the thinness. And I'll get like 20 to 30. I don't know exactly how many there are, but there is plenty. For about the same amount of money. So, which one I would be preferring to be buying? One that I can survive 2 days, or one that I can survive 2 weeks? But yeah, I've talked about it before that it's, for us, it's like not worth it to be buying like blocks of cheese that you would be cutting yourself, because it's gonna be going bad before we can use it all. It would be definitely cheaper, like, in comparison. But it's just like, if so much goes to waste every single time, then why bother? Yeah. And also because I myself don't really like if the cheese is not like, you know, dense enough. I like very dense and aged cheese. I don't like creamy cheeses that much on the bread. So there's not that many like those kind of cheese blocks. It's usually like the more of like a cream cheese. And I just don't like the taste of it. And my tummy goes burr afterwards. I mean, I will say that I don't mind it every once in a while. It's just like I don't want to be eating it like every day. But yeah. And also I will say that one thing that I do be hating is every single time is to be using those cheese cutters. Because, you know, you can't really choose the size of the slice with that, so sometimes if you have a bad one, you're getting like too thick or too thin. And also, if you just can be buying pre-slice, it's so much easier. Oh yeah. Yeah. Each to their own. We go, like, every single time that it's an option, we go pretty much for the same thing, because, like... Yes, surely it's, like, expensive, but it's, like, the best that we can be getting for the amount that we get for that price. Because, yeah, there is cheaper options, but you get so much less. So it's, like... We're gonna be need to be buying these more often, so overall it's gonna be more expensive. But yeah. You'll be what it will be. Cheese is one of those things that it would be nice to be having more exotic ones every once in a while, but I don't want to be using so much money. That's why we sometimes do be like eating indeed like a cheese board or something like that. you know, try and treat ourselves. And also, cheese isn't the healthiest thing to be eating. In large amounts. I mean, nothing is, but it's quite surprising how, in quotes, how unhealthy it is. Considering the fact that the usual breakfast in here is, that I have seen, is bread. Which usually includes, you know, both cheese and ham of sorts. Then, you know, whatever else you want to be putting there. It's either that or porridge that I see the most. You don't need to be pressuring the game too much, you can just be getting a Pokemon with pressure. I will still say though that one thing that I would be wishing to be, I think, from like since Legends Arceus is link cable or whatever it is. Like that's like would be so nice. I of course understand why they don't do weed, but why not though? I would like seeing it. Would very much like to be seeing that. Did you despawn one or what? Yeah, that's why I don't like to be doing picnic reasons. Because like I always like when I'm gonna be going and saving, I'm always afraid of when it's hovering over the picnic button that I'm gonna be pressing it. It's unfortunate. If only there would be a question, do you want to be using a picnic or not? Like, I don't fully get it why there is like a question. Fair enough, I guess. There is like the question that do you really want to be closing the picnic? I can kind of understand that you don't accidentally press it, but then again they could just make the like exit the picnic button like so far out that you can't accidentally press it. But yeah. It do be what it do be. Why don't you want to be getting longer runs? I'm assuming that you're using a sandwich, or are you using an outbreak? Have you KO'd the 6G? Yeah. So it isn't that bad then. It's unfortunate to be losing, of course, but I mean, if you would be having just, you know, a sandwich, it would be like more frustrating. You know, just an encounter one, because I know that you're not gonna be using your bus. Yeah, there is gonna be two at the same time. Still the only time for me that that has ever happened in Scarlet and Violet, when there was the fungus outbreaks. I mean, in my game there is still the fungus outbreaks because I haven't connected to the internet because I can't be bothered with the raids. And also I haven't been playing the game anyways. But yeah, they were like ridiculously boosted. And it still is the only one that I did go ahead and KO the 64 because fungus. No. I'm gonna check because I don't know exactly. I think I'm missing like one mark in my mind that you get from like specific weathers. So I know that there's the there is the snow flicker is for the snow one, and I think there's thunderstruck for the, you know, thunderstorm, but I think there's one for the other one. It's the sandstorm mark that you can get in Scarlet and Violet. Because they work a little bit differently, the marks in this game and Scarlet and Violet. Because there is no such thing as... It's like so many of them are like missing... This raining mark is still a thing. There's a stormy one, the thunderstruck tree. Oh, it's shivering is like when it's actually like snowing. Where is the dry mark? Oh, it's only available in Sword and Shield. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Because I was pretty sure that like it's not like actually available in the game. The Sandstorm Mark. Yeah, you can still get it. Misty Mark is a weird one. It's technically not in the game. In Scarlet and Violet. But there is a weird way that you can get it. I don't know why would you do that, but can. But yeah. There's honestly a lot more than I forgot that exist. Unfortunately, quite a good amount of them got removed once Scarlet and Violet came around. As I said, the catch of the day and those things. Oh, you found another one. Nice. I'm assuming because you said that this time you saved. So, I think you found another one then. Nice, it didn't take too long then. That was like 5 minutes between. I'm assuming you need one more then. Be completing the line. What did make the Neuverhunch painful? Is it the usual that they were just flying like so high and it's hard to try to get into battle? Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough, indeed. Yeah. I mean, at least I will say, even though it's annoying that they're like taking off immediately, it's nice that it's easy to be seeing the shiny. So, you know, it's not like it would be like, let's say, a situation like Starly line that it's noticeable, but you still kind of need to be looking for it. Gotta say though, Noibat is nicer shiny wise. I do be loving the wacky colors on Noivern, but Noibat is very clean. What do you mean you want to be going fast? What do you mean? Just, you know, get a better situation going on with your device. I don't remember what it was, but I did see, like, not too long time ago, like, someone complaining that, like, their console, I don't remember which one it was, but their console were always overheating, and then I was like, you know, just cool it down. I know it doesn't help too much, but you know, you can always just put a fan on it. Or like make sure that the fans can, you know, actually breathe out the air. Because if you're blocking, you know, the airflow, then it is gonna be getting hot. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Imagine if every single day around midnight in Pokemon games there would be a maintenance for like 10 minutes. Oh god, would that be awful? Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be around midnight, but, you know, at some point. I'm surprised, like, how... Like... I never hear that the Pokemon servers are, like, down or anything. I mean, they aren't the greatest, but... This is kind of surprising that, like, I almost never hear that they are, like... You know, down. Well, they are horrible, but are they ever down though? Yeah. I mean, I will say Scarlet and Violet raids, even offline, they are so bad. Like, maybe you are not gonna be having the weird, like, time issue in... If you're doing it with actual players, but if you're doing it alone, as I said plenty of times, the NPCs are not gonna be doing anything if you're, like, down. And it's so stupid. So, you know, it's a waste nonetheless. In Sword and Shield, the raids, they are lovely. I mean, are they slower than Scarlet and Violet's? Yes, but I mean, I still do be preferring them over the Scarlet and Violet ones, because I guess they're more reliable in their own way. And I still will say one thing that I don't like about Sword and Shield specifically, if you're connected to the internet, that you're gonna be seeing other players. I just feel like it's unnecessary. I mean, I do be understanding it for the Spiritomb, like the way that you get Spiritomb, but apart from that. But yeah, it do be what it do be. And also, I guess I wouldn't be minding, like, Pokemon games in general, the internet being on, if it would always be on, that I wouldn't necessarily need to always be connecting to the internet. Like, I would like that there would be an option that it would be automatically connecting to the internet if you would like to. But do be what it do be. Because in my case, it's not like the game doesn't need to be checking that I own the game anyways, because, you know, it's not my home console, and it's having something from, like, the eShop, whatever it's called. So yeah, I don't fully understand it. Also, one thing that I do be kind of hating in games sometimes, and try to watch someone else play them, and then their webcam is blocking, like, important information. I mean, I know that you can't always know, like, what information is gonna be where, but it's just, like, so annoying. Thankfully, in my situation, like, nothing really blocks anything that important. So, you know, I don't really care. But it's just, like, so unfortunate that sometimes so many things are behind the camera and you just can't be seeing anything. Sometimes I would be wishing that the game would be telling you where the things are beforehand, so can be putting the webcam out of the way. That's, I guess, another reason why I do be liking... I mean, it's more on streaming that is a thing, but that there is indeed, like... The game is in the full screen myself. Not having a chat box somewhere else and everything along those lines. So, you know, the game isn't blocked. Yeah. I mean, I will say, I know that I understand why you're using outbreaks and everything, but Ortworm honestly isn't that bad to try to isolate with a steel sandwich. That's the nice thing about it. It do be a very nice shiny. Yeah, I know. I understand. I understand it, and outbreaks are nice also for the reason that I know it's a situation for a bunch of people that, you know, time. And it's nice. But yeah, it is. I will say the outbreaks are indeed nice in my opinion. I like that there is, like in Legends Arceus, that there is like very limited amount, or some other times that there has been like outbreaks that it's for a limited time only in a day. It's nice that there is a very good amount of them, and it's like the entire that day that there is something. And also like fully evolved Pokemon in the wild is still anything that I love. Like surely like it's cool to be evolving into something, but it's in my opinion cooler to be seeing it in the wild, to be shiny straight away. But yeah, I think there is one Pokemon that most people can agree that should have been getting an outbreak. And it's Sunkern. Yeah. But I will say one thing, even though you like that, it's nicer because, let's say, like there is Gallade, that, you know, it's a specific gender evolution. At least you don't need to be, you know, getting lucky to be getting a male one in that. Because, like, it's not like it's hard, it's 50-50. Yeah, Salamence and, like, Combi are even worse. Thankfully, I'm pretty sure that there is outbreaks for both of their evolutions. But yeah, it is always unfortunate to be seeing indeed people to be going for, let's say, like, they want a Gallade or Frostlass. They're like going like so many phases for 50-50 that they just don't get it. They go like 10 phases and it's like ridiculous and stupid. And how and why. Yeah, I will say though, I don't like Salamence specifically in Scarlet and Violet. Because I just find it that it's not as obvious as it should be. Like, it is obvious, yes, but I think it should be more obvious. It's of course a problem that the Pokemon is small, that it's not as obvious. Or getting a tree family household. I know what is a good challenge. Try to get a male Bounsweet. There is a good challenge for someone to be doing. And I will say that much, that that's a joke because it's a female only. Yeah, the authentic Sinisty hunt that I have going on, that I haven't done indeed still in a while, it's having the charm. It's on Glimwood though. But technically there is an easy way to do it because you can be getting outbreaks for the authentic ones nowadays. And you know, if you don't knock out anything, it's full odds. So it's not that bad anymore. But yeah, you can be getting them indeed. I will say that Sinistcha is one of the ones that I would kind of like to be hunting at some point. I know it's... I don't know why, it's just so pain. It's so pain as a shiny. Oh nice, you got an antique Sinistcha one. Sinistcha. Is it the matcha or is it the original teacup? Jeez. Were you hunting for Roaring Moon or what were you doing? Also, how are you doing today? The hunt goes okay. Yesterday I did get my longest hunt so far done. Both time-wise and encounter-wise. Seeing if I can get another face for Darumaka or what today. If I do get something indeed today, I'll be doing something else. Rest of the time. Because then I'll be indeed putting this hunt for a pause for a while and continue on. Indeed, winter times again. And also I want to be hunting something else as well. Want to be switching, you know, the scenery. As I said, I have the almost 7k Farfetch phase going on already, so that's definitely gonna be continuing on soon. But no matter what, do I get a face today for the Darumaka or not, this is gonna be indeed probably the last time for a while that I do this hunt. Hopefully you get pool ones then. Or more specifically, in good spots. I think that's more important. Some days do be like that. Can you get outbreaks for the different forms of Oricorio? Oricori. Oricorio, the Alola one that has 4 different forms originally, depending on what islands it's on. Is the fire one, for example, near the grass gym. And in Kitakami there is the ghost one, and on the Blueberry Academy in the coastal one, or whatever is the more tropical one, there is the psychic one. Very rarely seen the electric one anywhere. So then it would be making sense if there would be for the other tribes as well. If it's near, you know, where the loadouts are located in, near that area, then yes. It's the ghost one. It's like a little pond there, where there's a ridiculous amount of loadouts. I did get the ghost one though, myself randomly. Was nice. Still probably my favorite one, shiny-wise. I do be loving the blue. Which two forms can be found in the wild? Because I thought that every single one of them can be found in the wild, it's just different areas. It was the case that two forms couldn't be found in the wild before the DLC, though. Those two areas did add the other two. You can find the electric one in the wild, it's just like so rare. It's like insanely rare, I like almost never see it. It's unfortunate. Especially considering that certain someone does use it, so... Why is it so rare then? Yeah, it's a little bit out of date. Outdated information indeed. It was correct before the DLC did drop out though, the different parts. Because at that point you could only be getting the fire one and the electric one in the wild. Then Kitakami for the ghost one and the blueberry Academy did bring up the psychic one. Which makes sense that every single form is available in the wild. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, I'm assuming if you can find one, why can't you finding the other ones, you know? I think if I would like to hunt them in Scarlet and Violet, the only one that I'm kind of thinking that I would be needing to be getting an outbreak for is the electric one. Because I don't know a place where the electric Oricorio is spawning in. Like, nicely. Because I just see, like, maybe once or twice I have seen it, like, in very specific spots. It could be, of course, luck. Could be. Or there could be, like, a location that I have never just come across, and then, like, there are, like, everywhere there. But yeah, we're gonna be having an ad break soon-ish. Be doing one or two more checks and then be waiting until they're over. I would like to really catch the Pikachu with the fancy hat. Still haven't been able to be lucky enough to be getting it to be showing up in Pokemon Go, of course. Yeah. I had one that is there. Nice. I mean, to be honest though, you gotta be making some mistakes every once in a while. What's the life without mistakes? But yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. It is... Yeah, that's... Sounds about right, it's a 3-minute ad break. There's a lot over there that can be... The reason why I don't usually do anything while it's on, because I know that they can indeed take a while to be getting through. Oh yeah, if you actually want to be getting like the special ones, remember to be taking photos. As you can be getting from the photos, you can be getting the Pikachu, for example. You can also be getting Charichard and Sprigatito and Fuecoco. We continuing soon. I'm taking all my photos of the day in Pokemon Go. They'll be getting the special things. Let's continue then. Uh, I wonder, like, if I would really, like, try and, you know, of course don't get shinies beforehand. Would I get 1,000 checks in? I'm doing this alone. Because in an hour I could get about 150 checks. It's not that far anyways, because the usual amount that I do in 6 hours is... And I was doing the Mount on Aquila as well, it was 125. Could be, could be. Yeah, in 6 hours I can do exactly 900 encounters. It isn't that far off then. Oh, of course it's more or less the amount that I can do. Not bad. I mean, it's not that crazy amount more, but does it really need to be now? Progress is progress. At the end of the day. Yeah. I've honestly always been in that mind that I don't really care how much I can get done in one day. Because it's the amount that I can do and it's good enough. Because I don't really get it why compare your shiny hunting to someone else's shiny hunting, because like... always love to be bringing it up, but if someone is doing like 4 times hunting for something, of course they're gonna be getting more checks. I'm doing only 1 time. But yeah. Because like, of course I understand also the thing that not everyone wants to be hunting for that long. Not everyone like... Not everyone wants to be just hunting for like hours upon hours one day. You know, fair enough. Some take it more serious than others. I would like to say that I don't take shiny hunting too seriously, because in Scarlet and Violet I have the mindset that out of sight, out of mind. I don't have the necessarily need to be checking every single time like behind me to check every single Pokemon, you know. I can't be asked. I can't be bothered with that, it's too much. And also it would be for me taking the fun out of the hunting anyways. But time-wise I think I'm more on the taking it seriously. As you know, I do be spending quite a good amount of time. Were you looking for a specifically female one, or were you looking for Snivy in general? Yeah, that's it. Unfortunate. But you know, luck do be luck. Yeah. Snivy is one of the most annoying ones to try to isolate even with an outbreak, because immediately outside there's gonna be indeed the execute an executor, for example. Yeah. I will say one thing I really hope to be the case at some point in Scarlet and Violet is that each of the starter trios would be getting special outbreaks. Nice. You can go to a better area for Chebik though, that there isn't any Lidens. It's the only fire type there. Yeah, I also kind of doubt that, what I would love it to be the case. If it would be for only one generation, I would hope that it's going to be Chodo. Because what the actual dog did they do for the Chodo starters? Why? Why is my question. It's not like I specifically like the Chodo starters over any other ones, you know, but it's just, it's like very unfortunate that, you know, they got so dirty done there with their spawn locations. Yeah, it would make sense to what we're doing for the new ones, but honestly, I wouldn't mind it if they would be doing it for, you know, Aldean starters. Like, even if I would be getting them from eggs first, I would probably be doing it anyways. Just cool to be singing them in the overworld. But yeah, Chikorita is definitely the easiest of the Chodo starters to be hunting for. But it's still so bad. I will still say I don't necessarily hate Chikorita or the line. It's just this that I understand why people did hate it for the choice of the region, because unfortunately it's not the greatest against the first two ones, and that's kind of a bad thing. I mean, so was Charmander, but Charizard. But yeah, I do be understanding like why people didn't like it. Weak to so many gyms, and I don't think the move pool was that good. I will say that I do be liking Chikorita. Chikorita would definitely be doing well in another region. Only good ones that was for Chikorita was on the post game, because the only good ones that it was against was already in Kanto. And they of course didn't want to repeat them. Which is fair enough, but it's unfortunate for Chikorita. But I still will say that even though a bunch of people are saying that Snivy is gonna be the grass starter for ZA because it has a French-like thing going about it, but I would hope that it would be Chikorita, because it could be getting a cool fairy evolution. And I still will say that I don't care whatever is the starter. I honestly guess in Legends ZA a fairy evolution. I just want the fairy to be having in the starter evolution at some point. Yeah. Even though I will say that I absolutely know that Grass Fairy is an absolutely garbage typing if you have any poison types, but it's decent otherwise. But yeah, I think that there definitely should be a fairy starter in ZA, because, you know, fairy type was introduced then on that generation, aka in Kalos. Yeah. Could be, could be. But yeah, I definitely would like to say that it's quite likely that the starters are gonna be getting new evolutions. I know some people wanted the starters to be getting megas, but I personally still would like to be getting permanent, like, new evolutions instead. I mean, I'm not saying no to that they wouldn't be getting megas, but I'd rather be having, like, an actual evolution. Because it's gonna be always the problem with megas that we know that they are not gonna be sticking around forever. So if the new like type new cool type combination for a starter would be a mega, then, you know, it's not gonna be available for too much longer. Yeah, like Hisuian starters did get new evolutions. I really hope that that's the case. Because, as I said, then you can at least, like, for sure be using them in future games. Because, as I said, I don't think that megas are gonna be there for too many games. I wouldn't mind them if they would be, like, there in the post-game, you know? That would be fine with me, but I don't want megas to be that much of a focus. myself. I know it's a cool thing and people like it, but I don't want it to be the main point. I like it more than that there is a gimmick that every Pokemon can use. Like terrestrializing and Gigantamaxing. Because it's just, I just hate that when it's only for a few Pokemon. Megatropius. With bananas flying all around. Yeah, Tropius definitely needs more attention. But of course we know one Pokemon that it will definitely be getting a Mega. Charizard. Because why not? It only has 2. Yeah. Tropius is falling into the issue as most of single stage Pokemons do be going with, that it's quite underwhelming, like stat-wise. And it's found pretty late on to the game. So you most likely will be able to... You most likely will not be like switching your party, I mean. I will say in my opinion, because Mewtwo probably isn't gonna be getting a Mega. Because, you know, Legends, we are probably gonna be going into the past. Since, you know, Mewtwo is a man-made one. Yeah, it is unfortunate. It's one of the situations, though, that the type combination isn't the worst thing, or type-wise it's not the worst thing. Like, that's like quite fine, but... yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe, though. Is it a good thing that I don't even think that Mewtwo is too overhyped, because I never really hear anyone talking about it. And honestly, I will say that Mewtwo is cool, but at the same time, Mega Mew would be quite cool. Honestly. I don't really know what they could do for it, because Mew, unfortunately, is quite a plain design. I mean, you know, it's what it is, but unfortunately it's quite plain. And I wouldn't minding. I wouldn't minding that though. I will hope that one Mega Pokemon is not going to be in the game though. Actually, there's quite a few, but Mega Bonus, no. Eh. I don't know. A bonus no is like kind of disappointing in my opinion as Mega. I mean, I also think that Glalie is kind of Big mouth. Wow. Make a breed drill, especially a shiny one, is lovely. Yeah, breed drill is a nice one. I haven't still really be using them though, but I haven't really been using Mega Spot. It's a nice one. Did you know that one Pokemon that did get a Mega Evolution actually got like a very minimalistic boost to their base stats? It's one weird case like that. And it's Alakazam because at the same time it did get a boost to its stats, so you know it's not as big as a boost that it did get compared to the other ones. I will also say that one cool thing to see with Megas is that since you know we are gonna be in the past, as I said, because of it's a Legends game and Legends Arceus was in the past, that I would kind of hope that some of the Megas would be looking like old-ish, you know? They wouldn't be like that like new and crispy looking one we have nowadays. Oh, nice. We're not gonna be getting snow in here, but the snow is like in the state that it's gonna be staying in for quite some time. Because like it did get warm for a while and now it's getting again colder, so you know. It's gonna be staying there. Yeah, I don't think that there should be any snowstorms this year in here. Or anything like snow-wise. Of course things change, but as it is now. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm really hoping that we would indeed be getting like old looking megas as the new ones. And also if they do be making them look quite like old-ish, you know, then they would make it easier for them to be explaining why are they no longer in the future, you know. Because at the time that we see them in like Legends CA, they would already be like kind of going away, you know. We shall see. But yeah, I love the explanation that some people make that I don't think that they have really mentioned it. I don't know how long Legends Arceus is even set in myself, or I don't remember. To be fair though, we also did see the Chuber Life Village to be built in Legends Arceus. It wasn't the main focus though, but we did see that as well. So you know, it could be like very early design for the place, and then you know, over time it has been upgraded. Mario, we shall see. Yeah, I like the explanation why some people are saying why the Kalos starters are not gonna be getting megas. And it's like, then it wouldn't be making sense why there isn't any nowadays. But same goes with every single new Mega Evolution that we are gonna be getting, right? Because then always the explanation will be that, you know, they have just lost to time. The stones. Or maybe it could be that we don't use Mega Stones. Yeah. But I kind of like the idea though that they are not specifically saying like how far in the past are we going. I don't mind that approach as well. I mean, surely would it be nice to be seeing like about how long time ago it was? Yes. But I don't know. Yeah. Because as I said, I'm not completely sure myself, like how much in the past does Legends Arceus take place. Because, you know, it could just be like 50 years and, you know, things have just going very quickly, you know, or it could be like hundreds of years and it's very slow. Yeah, but I've never even heard like someone saying like very very backup like theory about it. I mean, the only thing that I know that it kind of takes place very like at the point that the dudes did first like go to Hishui. I know that much because it's like they are also quite new to the place. Like that's very well like said in the story. But then does it really tell us anything? I don't know. But yeah. There was of course like the dudes that were there beforehand, that why we have the right Pokemon we have, why there is the they are called in that game nobles. Like those were important to some character like a long time ago, but like the dudes that we are interacting mostly in the game, the galactic dudes, that they are new to the region. Yeah, they are. Because they are kind of from the future. At least the Pokédex entries kind of applied. Rotom is weird in that game, indeed. I don't always want to be pointing out where did they get those things that it can be changing the forms. I mean, I know that space-time distortions are happening, but still. Like, why wouldn't you be at least a little bit afraid of it? And also for us as the player, every single time that there is indeed space-time distortion, everything disappears. That is like inside the space-time distortion once it disappears. I mean, yeah, there is like in space-time distortions, there is like special items that you can get. Or like items in general that are only in those. And as I said, they disappear once the space-time distortion is over. But yeah, it do be quite funny. Maybe they know more than they would like to admit. Maybe. It is quite a fun game. It's definitely different. Yep, Sneasel. But yeah, of course, as every game, Legends Arceus is not without its flaws, of course. But I will say that overall, it's one of the most enjoyable Pokemon experiences in the way that it's not laggy. Everything is spawning in somewhat nicely. Sometimes you need to be a little too close, in my opinion, for them to be showing up, but at least you can get the, decent frames. And also, one of the problems of Legends Arceus is going to be always that there is very few Pokemon. I understand that, it's very far in the past, so maybe not that as many are discovered, or they are only in their specific regions at the time. But it's overall a nice game. It doesn't really feel empty, and that's nice. Because sometimes I hear that argument that why, some people don't like Scarlet and Violet is because it feels empty at times. Which is, fair enough. Yeah. But I think why it's a problem for some people is because, in previous Pokemon games, you can't really see, that much of it, in Scarlet and Violet, since it's an open world game, you can't be seeing, so much emptiness. That definitely would be existing in other regions if it would be, overworld, but, since, there's the routes that, take you from point A to point B, you don't really see the emptiness around it, But I will say as well, as much as I like places like the big city in Paldea, and it's a mess covered with everything, I do be enjoying more of free open areas. Maybe not as much as in some places in Scarlet and Violet, but I think it's more making sense Pokemon game wise. Because, like, of course, like, Pokemon games have always kind of been giving me the feeling that here is the city, town, whatever it is called. There's a lot of people in there, there's a lot of buildings there. Everywhere else it's, like, empty from human interaction. Like, again, surely, like, if it would be that the whole Pokemon games would be, like, always in, like, big cities, then, you know, fair enough that you're complaining that there is not a lot of things going on. But yeah, since they are, like, having a lot more open feeling than quite a good amount of games, it's nice in their own way. Yeah, I haven't gotten too many glitches myself. That would be lovely if you could be capturing the Pokemons in the cities, indeed. But I get it why they are not. It's there, you know, just like the NPCs. But yeah, it would be quite cool. I know that it has never really been a big thing in Pokemon games. I've talked about this before, but I'll be talking about it again, that there isn't, like, too many places that you can be catching Pokemons inside, like, cities, but it would be nice to be having more. That would be actually cool. Be very cool indeed. It's definitely potential in there. Yeah. Could be cool, could be cool. But I still one thing that I would kind of wish for Scarlet and Violet to be more is that there would be more music. You know that there is, like, quite a big areas that there is gonna be the same music playing. I know that some people, you know, don't play with sounds, but it would be nice if there would be more, like, different options. Because of course there's the thing that there is a difference, are you riding Miraidon slash Koraidon, and if you're walking. But yeah, I would wish that there would be more options. Maybe even like changing depending on what time of day it is. Yeah, fair enough. I just personally like to be playing with sounds. Because I will say that surely like in Sword and Shield there isn't really that much like variety on the music, but in this situation when I'm like encountering different Pokemon, it's a different music, you know? So, you know, not just gonna be hearing the same thing over and over and over again. Because it's just like, I just don't like to personally be listening to certain kinds of like music on a loop. And I will still say that I personally be preferring the music that when you're walking rather than when you're riding Pokemon. But the problem is that, you know, you're slow with it. But yeah, do be what it do be. At least I will say one thing, it's not like in some games, it's the thing that the same music is always playing on the background. Because... Speaking of music, as I mentioned before, I'll be playing the Snufkin game at some point in the near future. That is based, like, it's very involved with the music. We'll be waiting for it because I like music in games. Because I personally like to be playing those games that, you know, there is basically just music going about and you're just basically watching what goes around you. I don't know what those games are called specifically, but I like them. Yeah. Exactly. It's just kind of is like interesting how some people do be forgetting like how important the music is to the games or sounds in general. It doesn't specifically need to be music, but sounds in general. Because it do be getting like a completely different like feeling to the game. Like, of course, like, you're, like, understanding, like, visuals and, like, the game is running smoothly is an importance. But so is sounds. Because I will say that not every game needs specifically music. It's just like if there is at least some sort of sounds, it's gonna be making it more enjoyable in my opinion. Is it the third snow in a row? What is going on? Now Stone Churner, nice. Yeah. Yeah, Snowdoby. Very much wanting to be on my team. What? You again? It's a 2%. Normally, as I said, I don't know how much does the Pokédex recommendation be switching things up. Yeah. I will say that so far with the Darumaka hunt, every single phase has been going over odds, which is, you know, a little unfortunate, but do be what it do be. First two were like 6k, and the second one and the third one was a little bit over odds at 4k. Yeah. Indeed, we're gonna be having another ad break soon. So, good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Get a break. Need to indeed. It's again the usual minutes. I hope so. Two more encounters? Mm-hmm. Hello, how are you doing? Oh, you found Celebi? Yo. Congrats on that. Annoying to be hunting for. That's pretty fast. Welcome back. We continuing hunting soon. In a little while, so the ad break will be over. Nice. Are you gonna be transferring Celebi into newer Pokemon games, or are you letting it stay in? Nice. I mean, I will say that once I do be finding my shiny Celebi, whenever I do be hunting for it, I'll just let it be in the game. Because probably when I do be getting around to be doing the hunt anyways, I would like to say that maybe Bang is gonna be already down. So you never know when it's gonna be happening. Depends on what tribe it is to clip then. If it's a link, the chat doesn't allow links. Yeah, I have links turned off because can't be bothered to be watching what they are. I mean, I don't know. You can try, of course, but I have disabled links indeed myself, so I don't know, is it gonna be going through? Mhm. Nice. Don't supposed to be a silly fella. Sure. I don't have anything going on in Crystal myself. One day. One day. It's a nice move wall for litigator. Are you planning on doing any other cool hunts on Crystal? Apart from, you know, the obvious celebi that you already did. Okay. Well, I'll come back then. Ooh. I hope you the best of luck with the poi pole. You go in for a chewer or do you have already another one? You got a shiny Magmar from Generation 2, that's pretty cool. That seems like a nice team. But yeah, I have gotten one Purple myself already. It's quite nice. Ah. On what game? Yeah. Because I know that there is like the weird thing in Generation 1 or something like that, that if you switch your boxes, it like saves your game. And that's like how some people have like lost their save data. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I will say though that should have asked first. But yeah, not that bad. It's unfortunate, of course, but yeah. Emerald is such a hard game to be finding shinies as well. I will say Bellsprout itself isn't the greatest shiny, but Victory Bell, it's a nice one. I mean, Bellsprout is still better than god-awful middle evolution. Ugh. Why? But yeah, it's unfortunate. Because I know that a bunch of people don't want to be hunting on Emerald because of the broken RNG. Which, you know, fair enough. But yeah, it's very unfortunate to be losing a shiny on Emerald specifically. It's not like it's impossible, you know, but harder than in most games. And I always will say that I hate Gen 3 games for one thing. And that is that, you know, if you have a dead battery, it's also gonna be causing a bunch of issues. Yeah. I know that there is like some ways that people have found that they can like recover lost save data or deleted save data from games. But of course I don't know really how it works. I know that there is, and people have been finding ways. Well, I guess you can always look it in one light. You can hunt them again. You can hunt them again. I mean, you can hunt it in Scarlet and Violet. Or specifically Kitakami. If you don't care, though, of course, to be getting them specifically in that game. Is Spellsprout hard to be getting, by the way, in Emerald? Because I have no idea. Oh, you got it on Gen 2. Oh, that's... How is it in Emerald, though, then? Because you can be transferring Pokemons from Gen 2 to Gen 3. Yeah. Oh gosh. Rude. Thankfully, I haven't ever had an issue. Issue like that. But yeah. Because the thing is that you can be transferring, unfortunately, Pokemons from like before. I think lately it has been done that you can transfer Pokemons from Gen 2 to Gen 3 by fans, of course. But before that, it was impossible. That's why they needed to be making like Johto Pokemon somehow available in Gen 3. Oh gosh. How dare people be like that? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And probably sold then it somewhere for a high price, right? uh, hate to say that. Yeah. Guess you can at least look at at least in somewhat of a good light, the situation. But it's still unfortunate. Because I have some family members that I don't have the greatest of... they're not the greatest people anymore, like, don't like each other that much anymore, but it's still not nice. Yeah. It happens, it happens. Can see how that kind of person can be an annoyance. Indeed. Because I will say that there is so many things that even though I would be disagreeing with you, I will still like think that it's your life, I don't care. Like, I shouldn't be caring that much about your opinion. Even though if I would be believing like completely opposite. And again, I'm using the Finnish language and I'm not using the word mind instead of care. But yeah, you do you, in my mind. Yeah. Because I know, for example, my mother was the type of person that she had very strong, like, feelings that she was the type of person that, because we have more options, that what parties, like, we can vote on. That she was very strictly always voting for one specific one, no matter, like, was the, like, things that they said a little bit different what she thought, but she was just like, she's gonna be voting for them no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, I can see how that can be indeed a pain. And that is kind of one of the reasons why I never really want to be talking about any politics or anything. Because it's such a personal thing, what you believe in, who you want to be supporting, whatever. Then I don't want to be starting fights. But yeah, I will still say though that there is few things that it's only few things that if you really believe in them or do them that I will be judging you. But I think they are mostly understandable and I don't think that I even need to mention them. Okay. Yeah, thankfully I don't have that bad experience with any of my relatives. Because I will say that much that I haven't personally been too connected to my relatives because my father didn't really care. And also because we moved quite a far away from them, so that kind of cuts the talking part because I just can't be bothered to be calling people. I just feel like I'm bothering them. The only one that I'm fine calling and in quotes bothering is my grandma. For the reason that, of course, we don't know how long she's gonna be here. Oh gosh. I will say that I think the things of the past should be things of the past. I shouldn't be really too butthurt about them. Sometimes it's easier to do than others, I will say that much, but let things of the past be things of the past. Like, there is some things that I do understand that are still talked about that happened years and years ago, but most things are like, why do you bother still with them, you know? Especially in the situations when, like, someone was younger and, you know, made stupid decisions because everyone does. And, like, people have a hard time letting go of it. Fair enough, and that's awful. Good that they are not happening anymore, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. It will be depending on the situation. But yeah, I understand in that situation indeed. That it's too soon. But yeah, there is some things that, you know, you shouldn't just be bothering about it after some time. As I said, great example is that someone made stupid decisions when they were kids. Because, you know, everyone does. Yeah. And I will say one thing. There's just some things that, like, that would be one of those things that, you know, I wouldn't be bringing up ever. I just would like to try to not talk about it. You know? Because, like, it's just gonna be causing issues if you talk about them. Because I always have hated the situations where, you know, there is a family meeting or whatever, and then all things that you're gonna be ever talking about are negative, you know? And especially in our situation that we don't just see them, like, ever. It's just is what it is, but yeah. Yeah, this little snowball doesn't really want to be shining. It's showing decently often though, I like it. But I will still say that one thing that I'm kind of liking so much that I don't need to deal with anymore is that my mother always, like, were saying that you did this and this thing when you were a kid. I'm so glad that I don't hear it anymore because, oh boy, do I not care. And also, why do you tell this to, in quotes, a random person? And it's like, it would be fine if it would be like a funny situation, but it's most of the time like an embarrassing thing, you know? And of course I'm not gonna be saying anything because I have not strictly like be growing in the way that you shouldn't be talking back to your parents, but at the same time I have been taught that if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, so just be quiet there and getting annoyed. Yeah. Like, of course I kind of get it, like, why, you know, parents do be doing that sometimes. But at the same time, it's like, eh. Yeah. As I said, thankfully it doesn't happen anymore. I don't need to be hearing about them. Like, it's one of those things that I wouldn't be minding if she, like, talks about them behind my back. I just don't want to be hearing them myself, you know? Yeah. There's interesting sayings for sure. But yeah. Doobie, what a doobie. Oh yeah, another thing that I have talked about that I hope that is gonna be more of the case of in Legends ZA is that I hope, since you know in Legends Arceus there wasn't too many Pokemons that did have regional variants somewhere else, that I really hope that in Legends CA there would be more, and because of the split timeline, like there is gonna be like that, like kind of explains why there is like them also there, apart from the obvious that because it's in a different region it has adapted differently, but like make it make sense in the way that there is a split timeline thing, and why that's the reason why there is regional variants. And it would be so cool to be seeing like different regional variants in the Legends CA as well. Like, I don't know, Galarian Ponyta, considering that, you know, it's not that far away. Yeah. Even though, of course, I guess I said it is already explained, like, because, you know, this Pokemon has adapted to these regions things. But then again, like, make it, like, also make more sense in that. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be like Galarian Ponyta that we find there. It could be just we find Meowth there, and then like somehow we're shown like how it's gonna be switching into different ones, you know. As I said, I really hope that if we have a Meowth in Legends CA, I hope it's the Galarian one. Because it's the one that looks like it's old, and the other two are looking like they are like more of nowadays cats that are like, you know, being made to be more optimal for living inside. Honestly, Paldean Whooper should be everywhere. It's a goofy little fella. But I also kind of hope one thing will be a thing, like it's gonna be different between Legends Arceus and Legends CA. Is that in Legends Arceus there isn't too many like Sinnoh Pokemon. I wish that there is gonna be like a decent amount of Kalos Pokemon in, you know, Legends CA. And also another one that people tend to forget is Yangoose. Even though people are saying that it's from Baldeya. Because it's not originally from Alola. It was brought there to deal with the Alolan Raticate problem. I will say that it would have probably been more effective if it would have been a fighting type they brought in there. Just saying. But maybe that would have been a little too much. Yeah, it do be 4 times week to fighting. But it would have been at least taking, you know, taking care of the problem. But yeah. It do be what it do be. But yeah. I really hope one thing that they will be like kind of stopping doing, that once they like introduce like a type combination, they like use like a little too much of it at first, and then they don't add anything else with the type combination. Like Grass Ghost, for example, and Normal Dark is another example that they did do like a bunch at once and then they like Just geez, the amount of Grass Ghost types, like, once it was introduced, it's like ridiculous amounts. I'm not saying that it's not a cool combination. It's just I would wish that, like, not everything would be at once there, you know? But I will say that there is one type combination that I would kind of wish that they would be calming down a little bit on. Just because it's kind of getting boring. And it's Deep Psychic Fairies. it's a cool combination for sure, but there's a little too many of them. Because I would like Fairy to be added to other types as well. Because I would really like to get another Dark and Fairy type. Or like more of the types that like... The types like, in quotes, should never be able to interact with each other. Another thing is water, fire. Galarian Weezing do be a lovely fella. Fair enough. Was one of the TV series, if you can even call it a cartoon, whatever my thing. And I used to be watching like fairly often. I'm pretty sure it's one of those ones that isn't a thing anymore though, which is kind of sad. As most of the things that I used to be watching. Another thing anymore. But then again, some things do better than others, and if, you know, it doesn't do well enough, you know, why bother with it? It's fair enough. Wonder and Cosmos did stop being there? Question mark. I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, I will say that I can kind of get it why, you know, Fairly Odd Parents is like one of the kids cartoons that doesn't really go too well for too long, because they tend to be getting at some point like too wacky, and like you just don't understand what's going on. I know that they have that one, I didn't watch it. And I don't think that I will. But then again, that's kind of always the problem with like TV series, cartoons, whatever, things that don't really have like somewhat of a story that they are overall gonna be going through, and they are just, you know, just random things. that don't really connect together. And I will say, as a kid, Fairly Odd Parents was like in one point like kind of annoying because there was like so many rules, like what they can and can't do, and it's like, huh? You can't be doing this cool thing because something. Yeah. But it's just like kind of got annoying that we can't be doing this and this because of, you know, it's against the law. It's just things like, it could have been honestly like quite funny if they would have been able to do everything. Because the problem is that if they wouldn't be having like a rule book, if they wouldn't be having a rule book, it definitely could have been the situation that it could have been even more chaotic. And it could have been like fun chaotic instead of like the chaotic being like strictly like certain kind of chaotic, you know? No idea. Funny things though, funny things. Yeah. I don't know. Of course I understand that. I will say that if Fairly Odd Parents would be a thing still nowadays, I think it would be true chaos, because I think that would be the kind of shit that the kids nowadays would be into, you know? Too many things happening at the same time for me, but they enjoy it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really. No, I haven't gotten a. If you are meaning Cernius, no, I haven't gotten it. Still going for it. Over the weekend, indeed. Yeah. I think on a Sunday I can hit 200 checks. It would be 11 more, so likely. Depending on how many people, of course, join in. Because, you know, it helps a lot when, you know, people are joining in. I don't need to rely on the NPCs. Bulu, I think Bulu is one of the easiest ones to be going for, if you ask me. Especially if you get one with a poison move. It's just this like dead. That's a decent amount of attempts. Is that overall or only Bulu scene? Fair enough. I mean, I will say, in my opinion, the taboos are quite easy in general. Oh, it's only Bulu, yeah. I mean, if you don't have the charm, then, you know, about 100 more to go to hit the odds. Also, break soon. Be ready for the ads. If you get them. Oh, okay, so you just got the charm. I mean, that's pretty decent still. Yeah. It's kind of stupid, like, how actual people sometimes they just are making very stupid decisions. Because I always think that if you're doing DS, you should be at least somewhat prepared for them. Especially if you're not going for anything is fine. If you go anything is fine, then, you know. Yeah, have a great breakfast then. Good to be eating. Be getting back to hunting soon. Let's continue. I didn't even realize, but soon we have done 600 checks. That's pretty decent. You definitely do be helping out when... Definitely do be helping out when indeed. It's the only one that you do. You can be checking more checks in a shorter period of time. Bunch of lawnmowers. Would be a bonus, no. But yeah, as I said already, today is probably gonna be one of the last times indeed that I'll be hunting for the Galarian Darumaka in a while. As I said, I probably will be going back to Galarian Farfetch'd or something else. I mean, it's one of the only other things that I have going on, though. I think. Let me double check, actually. There's Delibird, but it's more like around Christmas time when I'll be doing it again. Those are The only two indeed. I actually think that one of the smartest thing to do is that when I do be finding the Galarian Farfetch, that I will be doing something like completely different afterwards and then like hunt for another one later. Same could be with, you know, Galarian Darumaka as well. Could be, could be. Bunch of things that can be done, indeed. There is indeed a mask that I would be liking to hunt for at some point. There is a... there is a funny dude of... it's a funny dude of Melsery as well. And also, one thing that I'll be doing as well is to be hunting for a Pumpkaboo in October. As you know, one does. As I know for sure, like, same with the Delibird, it's like one of those things that I know that I will be hunting for indeed. And also the egg thing around Easter / April. I don't know how much of April I will be doing, be hatching eggs, but decent amount. Decent amount. I think it would be nice to be hitting maybe another 2 of the starters. And as I said, I will still be hunting the Galar. The Galar is the region that I mean. The Galar starters, I will be hunting them still through eggs. Even if I would be finding them or would be hunting for them in Scarlet and Violet. Because why not? But I will say my absolute goal during the eggs that I will be hatching is to be finding a shiny Fuecoco. I did mention it before that I'm like, it's ridiculous that I haven't found one yet. I'm using Masood and O-Charm, but you know, it's basically the same odds. Basically the same odds. Yo. Check again. As I have overall hatched White Cocoa alone 1,262 times, no shinies. It's interesting that you haven't found a Lechonk. It's not like it's too hard to be finding. Yeah, I keep count. It's fun. Yeah, eggs are eggs. Are you trying to hatch it? Jeez. Yeah. But I guess you could be in the situation since you started with eggs, you want to be finishing it with eggs. And then again, does it really matter what way you be getting your shinies in? No. Because there's like could be like specific reasons why you're wanting to be hunting this specific shiny in this specific way even though you already have it, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. And you know, as I said plenty of times, shiny hunting is a waste of time anyways. A good one at that though. Yeah, that's understandable. Even though I will be hunting it still in the way and I have started because I have started it and you know I will want to be finishing it. And I'm doing the Limwood. Authentic one or in general. Or antique, whatever it's called. Same thing. Oh, nice. Do you want the one that has the silly mark? Yeah. As I said, I really want to be hunting Sinistcha as well at some point myself. I don't know. The shiny is... yeah, compared to the original one, so it's like not that easy to be telling. At least what I have heard of. Yeah, fair enough. Isn't it the case with Sinistcha that, like, you can find both the real one and the fake one at the same location? Because with Sinistcha, it's like, you can be finding them both, like, in one specific area, but the fake one you can find, like, more, you know? And that's why, like, it was annoying to be trying to be going for it. The problem is that as nice as it would be to be getting... Yeah, I know. But then again, do I know that... I can't say on top of my head have I like accidentally be running into one. But yeah, I know, that's nice. And you can do that. I don't know. I might. I might hunt them there, both Sinistee and Sinistcha, but I still think that I will be hunting at least Sinistee. You know, the way that I've already started, but Sinistcha I might be considering doing the outbreaks for. I don't know, I also kind of just like the random chance that you'll be getting one. Feels more special. Definitely. It's not really that good in Scarlet and Violet because it's so small, but definitely a lot nicer shiny. And I hope that both of them are gonna be available in more games. And I think it's quite a big possibility because it's like it's a regional variant, you know? Which are... Because regional variants, they are hard to be founding in another game, but since they are like... Actually like two different things. Really hope that we can see them more in games. Because it's definitely one of the things that I will consider using if it's available like decently early on. I feel like cool Pokemons. It's just, you know, they would be needing to be available decently early on. And I still will say that one thing I would be hoping to be a thing one day. One thing I would be hoping to be a thing one day. Indeed. And then we will be having different costumes for Mimikyu. Because I think that would be kind of cool. As I know, that's a thing that a bunch of people do already, that wanted to be in costumes. And it would be making kind of sense because, you know, it wants to be more popular or, like, liked, I guess. So, you know, why wouldn't it be the most liked thing in each region it appears in? Like, surely there could be, you know, always the regular Mimikyu trying to be Pikachu one. But there could be always another one in each region that is going to be like that region's most popular Pokemon as well. But then again, I don't know. I doubt that they will be doing it, of course, but it could be cool. Be cool. Yeah, they did eventually have another evolution. Yeah, I don't know. Eevee's kind of a weird thing, I will say, in one thing. Because I think Eevee is like it's not as like popular in here. It's like more popular in the Japan than Pikachu is, and it's like the other way around. Pikachu is like more liked everywhere else. Let you know, fair enough. Yeah, Eevee overall is a huge fan favorite, I will say, but it did get like even like more popular, at least in Japan, when like bunch of things, I guess, in the anime happened, and also Let's Go games. Like, it kind of switched that Pikachu isn't that big of a thing anymore. It still is, of course, like a big thing, but it's not that, like, that much more a bigger thing than Eevee is. Because Eevee is indeed quite popular nowadays. Which is nice. I will say I have always been preferring Eevee over Pikachu. It could be my thing that I just don't like. I don't like to like the most popular things, even though now, of course, Eevee is quite popular. But I just like Eevee more than Pikachu. Like, Pikachu, it's fine, and I understand that it's a big thing, but at the same time, you have kind of seen it too much. Okay. I know you got the rest of your food, and now you're very happy about it. I know. You're very happy that you did get the rest of your food. Yeah. And I'm not saying that Pikachu shouldn't be like the main mascot overall. It's, understandable. It's in that, like, quite well-made Pokemon. It can't be even a special Pikachu, it can't even speak. Want a lot of attention, you're very loud also. Cat's purring is loud. Please don't be pressing buttons. Oh jeez, oh. Going in there, sure. Give you more space then. Honestly, let's go Meowth. But then have like 3 different versions. So, you could be exploring, the 3 different regions that there has been a regional Meowth. Murkrow is a lovely Pokemon. Love it to the bits. What are you chewing? I gave you more space, so thank you. Pull me down. I will say that much when I will be playing on my computer. You can be there because I need to be able to use my keyboard, but you can be there now. Yeah. Or like one big game and you can be exploring different regions. That could be kind of cool as well. It's just, I will say one thing that I kind of doubt that it's gonna be like the Let's Go Meowth, like Kanto one. For the reason being that there is already, Let's Go games for Kanto. Yeah, that could be cool. Could be indeed. I mean, I will say one thing though, if we would be getting something like that, it needs to be kind of its like own thing. It can be, get gym badges, defeat champion thing, because having it for 3 different games, it's gonna be way too long. It could be, I guess, more of like sightseeing game. That could like kind of work. There could still be like something that you work towards. But as I said, having like doing 3 different times, becoming the champion is way too much to be doing. You're attacking the mic, nice. Thanks, I'm sure they appreciate that you're attacking the mic. Thank you. I know you want a lot of attention. She has been wanting a lot of attention. Oh, you can hear that, nice. Yeah, she's very loud right now with a purse. I mean, she do be always very excited when she gets food, so... Yeah, I mean, she was attacking the mic, so makes sense. Now she has calmed down at least for the next 5 minutes. I will say one thing that is nice, that this time she didn't come to my table and start cleaning, because, you know, I would like to see. Yeah. This is this dude here, who is actually a she, but dude nonetheless. Internet dude is a gender neutral term in my opinion. That she do be very loud with purse. And also she doesn't know how to stay still. Like if we are like, you know, petting her, she can't be staying in one place. She needs to be like giving the love back, if you know what I mean. Because you're doing something nice, she needs to be doing something nice. Even though the headbutts are quite hard. They, you know, hurt sometimes. Oh, like love bites? You mean? That's quite common that I see as well. Yeah, so if it's not too hard, then it's love bites. Or at least what I have heard that people call them. But yeah, some pets do that. And you know, it's whatever in my mind. Well, one thing I will say though, speaking about a purring that I always will be saying, that when she decides to put the motor on, when it's leaning, when she's leaning towards your pillow, good luck trying to sleep. Because jeez. Yeah. I said it before that our cat doesn't really like about head pats. She doesn't mind it, but it's not like a thing that she enjoys. Our cat likes belly rubs as well. Which is like strange in cats, because understandably every single like vulnerable thing is in there. I mean, of course it's the easiest place to be getting her into the playing mood though. Yeah. For this little fella, it's just important that she is like near us, like we're home basically. She doesn't really need attention all the time, but you know, when she wants, she really wants them. Yeah. Oh, it's boosted. Nice. Was does yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. About to ask what does the fancy word mean because I don't understand, but yeah, I thought correctly. Yeah. Our cat can never be getting enough attention. She do be absolutely hating when other people come over, but then again... Jeez, that's the second time today. Oh, scared me. Well, I don't know how she would be reacting if we would be able to let her go outside. Like, actually outside, not just into the balcony. Yeah, understandable, you told the story. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, I don't know how she would be reacting to it. Like, was it a day or two ago that she was very interested, like, for the first time about our, like, door to the staircase? Like, it was the first time in, like, 4 years. Nice. Hope, of course, I hope that she doesn't hurt herself then. But yeah. She does enjoy watching birds outside though. But yeah, we haven't ever be like in the situation that we could let her be outside. And we don't even know what would be her reaction. Like, would she be like, I want to go inside immediately, I don't want to be outside? Because that's the kind of vibe that we are getting right now. Which makes sense in that she's a rescue. So maybe she's a little bit afraid of, like, you know, what happened before. But yeah. There's been only one time that... I'll talk about it before. There has been only one time that there was, like, kind of a scary situation going on with the cat, and... it was with a bee. I don't think that she would have been wanting to, you know, hurt it or anything, but at the same time... I don't want to be taking the chances. Yeah. But yeah, she do be really liking when, you know, it's summertime and we can be keeping our balcony door open. She enjoys watching whatever is going on. And she do be liking to be looking outside the window that is next to me as well, because is the place right now that there is gonna be the most amount of, you know, animals moving because it's winter. I would love to be doing that one day, but of course, you know, need to be first moving into a place that I could be doing it in. Yeah. Important things first. Important things first. Yeah. I'm assuming that you can be doing it really right now. It's kind of a thing that you can do over the summers. Considering that you're saying that there is 10 centimeters of snow coming in today. Yeah, that as well. Do be quite expensive. But I'm hoping that the current one is still working well enough. Oh, the other one saw me. Nice. I hope things go well then. It's gonna be requiring a lot of things to be doing for sure. Yeah. Well, I hope things go well then. I'm assuming then there isn't too many of those nearby then. Or... is there? Yeah. It's nice then. It's definitely nice to be having them for specifically for farms because I mean, of course, like there is places for like cats and dogs because it's quite easy, you know. While like you need like horses can be quite a pain to be trying to be helping in places. Unfortunate. Yeah. Cat is snoring. Oh, that's at least nice that one got spared. Oh. Yeah. But hey, at least it's better than some of them. God saved. But yeah, it's unfortunate indeed. But unfortunately, it is one of those things that it happens. Can't really do anything for it. Nice. Yeah. Assuming that he didn't get shoe hurt out of that. Hopefully. It is so sad that it's so rarely seen that apart from, you know, cats and dogs, aka the usual household pets that is going on. Like they like, you know, the other pets also, you know, care a lot about whoever is taking care of them. Yeah, that's what I have heard. It's just you just don't see it too often. Yeah. Also, one thing that I would be suggesting for you if you haven't thought about it, since you have the farm animal rescue thing, that I think you should be trying to be making some content about it. I think people would be interested in it. if you haven't thought about it. Yeah, you really should, like, especially if you're, like, planning on having, like, social media accounts for the thing, you know? Because, like, I'm sure, like, a bunch of people would be interested in them because there is so many, like, TV shows about, you know, people saving animals. So, you know, probably a bunch of people will be interested in it. And honestly, what does it really hurt? Yeah. Nice. Yeah. That's another thing that like people could be quite interested in, that you're like building it. You know, again, like there's so many things that you could definitely be making, you know, content out of it. And I would suggest that because first of all, you know, the thing is gonna be getting more attention, and I would like to say that there would be people willing to be helping you out with it. You know, giving money wise specifically. And as I said, does it really hurt to try? Yeah. Unfortunately, I will say one thing that is nowadays though quite a thing though about rescued animals is that there's so many scams. That's like the only unfortunate thing about it, that then you have to be like dealing with, you know, this is a scam thing. But, you know, do be what it do be. But yeah, I will say that I think, especially if we're at some point gonna be getting another cat, because, you know, I will say that this dude is not gonna be living forever, and that we're probably gonna be getting another rescue. First of all, one thing is that, you know, they are a lot cheaper, and the second thing is that why not to give it either a second chance or chance altogether? I guess, like, I will say that one thing, I just really don't personally want to be raising a kitten myself, but do be what it do be. Yeah. Yeah. I will say that, like, one thing is that I just can't be honestly be bothered with, like, baby animals anyways. I just want, you know, the fully grown one. I don't need to be bothering with, like, raising it well, you know? Yeah. Also, ad break soon. Because I will say that one thing that I'm kind of the complete opposite of getting a pet because it's a, you know, a baby. I want a fully grown one instead. Because I don't understand people, you know, throwing the pet out once, you know, it's no longer adorable. So stupid, and I hate it. I'm gonna be waiting. The ads now. I will say, thankfully in here, if you get caught doing it, like you're getting a pet because, you know, it's a baby, it's a cool thing. If you get caught, you're gonna be getting in trouble. Like, maybe not in the way that you'll need to be paying things, but it just makes you a lot harder to be getting more pets. You know, it's of course a completely different story that if you just can't literally be taking care of the pet, like, they of course understand that, but like, if you just, you know, throw it out, then, you know, you're gonna be getting in trouble. If you get caught and you're doing it. Which is of course a good thing. Wait, I should be giving you the belly rubs that you like. Be getting back to hunting soon then. Should be over. But yeah, another thing that I would kind of hope that I think that there's definitely like a reason why they don't do it, but I think they should still be doing it. That, you know, there is indeed the situations when, you know, in the shelters, whatever things, you know, the animal has been there for too long and, you know, they need to be putting it down. I would kind of wish that they would be informing people about it. I mean, surely, probably some are gonna be thinking that, hey, that means bad, you know? But I would wish that they would be, like, telling, because I guess that could be, like, a way that they could be able to, like, sell more of them, you know? Even if it would be, you know, having, like, a little discount, because, you know, it's soon time otherwise. Because the thing is that, like, we didn't know it about our cat beforehand, that she didn't have too much time to be in there anymore. Because, you know, being there for too long. But I'm very glad that we were able to snap her out of there then. Even though it was probably not the most pleasant experience for her to be getting out of there, but I think she likes it now. But yeah, Doobie, what did Doobie? I don't know, did you had ads or like at that point, but I did say that according to the thing that people getting baby animals because they are cute and whatever and then throw it out, that it's not allowed in here in the way that if you do it, you're gonna be getting in trouble. You know, of course, if you get caught out doing it. Which is, you know, good. As I said also that, you know, it's understandable if you just can't take care of it, then it's better to be then, you know, that if you can take care of it, it's understandable, but at the same time, I think people should be more like going out and like getting rid of their pets from them if they just can't really take care of them. Yeah. At least I have heard of it, that it's a thing that like you can kind of like what you would be like losing like credit score, like you can be getting that good loans, like that kind of the same thing that if you just, you know, throw out the pets. Yeah, exactly. There is a way to be like nicely throwing them away. It's just, you know, not like actually throwing away. And I will still say one thing that, in my opinion, if you travel like actually a lot, you should be thinking twice, do you want to be getting a pet or not? Yeah. Soon you'll be getting that chance though. We don't travel too much. Like, usually the maybe like we are gone for 2 to 3 days, and you know someone is gonna be coming in and giving her food, and you know she's fine. But yeah, I don't understand really be getting pets and then you travel a lot. So like in my mind, it's just like, why do you even have the pet if you're not gonna be with it? Like surely like, you know, work is work, you know, you might be gone like 8 hours a day. But you know, apart from that. Nice. Your dog drives a car? Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. But yeah, for us it's better to be leaving this cat right here home than to be stressing her out with, you know, bringing her with us. Nice. But yeah. During summertime, she's more alone, like in general, because we go to my boyfriend's parents' like summer cottage. Then you know, spend some time there, but not that far. We don't go for that long. And I will say that I have personally not been the most like you, the person that wants to be traveling a lot. But yeah. If she wouldn't be minding as much, we would be taking her more into more places. Like the being in the car, but you know, why do that if she doesn't like it? Yeah, I got the same thing. I know she's fine, but you know, what if something happened? Yeah. I think the biggest thing that like that our cat could have been ever be getting hurt is that she has knocked down a wall in quotes that we did make. That is, you know, a soundproof wall. But then again, even if she would be like under it, she could first of all get out, and second of all, it doesn't like weigh anything. Nice. But yeah. our cat, she doesn't really do anything like what in quotes a normal cat would be doing. I mean, she isn't a normal cat, but still, she isn't like throwing everything to the floor. Jeez. Yeah. I would say one thing, like one of the animals that I would be absolutely terrified to be going like close to is like moose and like everything else like it. They're so big and like you can get so hurt if they decide to be doing something. Like, you know, have you seen what happens to a car? Yeah, exactly. I know that they are, you know, not that bad, but at the same time, they do be big. If I remember correctly, I have pet a reindeer once. One of my school trips. Nice. Yeah, I think most animals honestly do be doing that. And they do be liking if you have like a soft tone in your voice. I mean, then there is like, of course, like if you have a dog, then you sometimes need to be quite like strict about the way that you're saying certain things. But yeah, in general, I've heard it's kind of a good thing that if you just try to be calm as possible, even though you would be scared of your life. Because, you know, they can sense it. Jeez. Thankfully, I haven't myself ever been able to come to face to face with a bear. I like one thing though that it like is kind of funny that, you know, in North, like country-wise, there is like big scary things. And more you go to the south, there is like small things that are like even scarier, like spiders and whatever's. I mean, it is understandable why in the north, or more north countries, there is like big scary things because you know they need to be able to handle the cold. But still, it's quite funny. Hello, Marisola. How are you doing? Yeah. If there is a cub nearby you, you should slowly but surely be getting out of there. They are not gonna be taking their chances. I mean, it makes sense, of course, because you know there is their baby there. I know humans do it as well, but I guess we don't really need to be doing like it that often and that like much. Because if you think about it, we are kind of the scariest thing in this planet. Like, it's kind of silly. Oh, thanks, Cat, for adjusting my volume settings. But I will say that much that I don't want to be losing my hearing. Nice. Could be scary. Yeah. It do be interesting, like, in, like, what situations do the animals, like, trust humans? Like, you know, in some situations where you would, like, logically think that you shouldn't be trusting humans, they are trusting humans. Yeah. True that. Only scary if you think that you're in danger. That's interesting. I mean, honestly, there's quite a good amount of birds that do that. That they are like, you know, kind of relying even on humans. Yeah. Because we have a thing in here that during, usually in winter times, that people put out like bird food on their yard and, you know, they eat it and, you know, then they know, you know, next year that there's gonna be food there. Which is always a problem that if you don't want to be doing that, I've talked about this again before, that if you don't want as a new owner to be doing that, and it's kind of a bad thing, you should like continue it. Which is, you know, like, it's not that hard to be doing, but at the same time, if you really don't want to be doing it, it's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, but that's unfortunate if you, like, have new owners to the place. So, you know, they might not know that they have been doing it. But you should still, like, keep doing it. And as I said, maybe the new owners don't want to be doing it. I don't know why you wouldn't. I guess, you know, it is kind of... If you think it's a waste of money, it's a waste of money to you. You know, fair enough. But... at the same time, it's not that expensive. It could be frustrating to be putting them out, though. What do you mean by bird-friendly trees? Oh, okay. Yeah. Makes sense. I was thinking that isn't every tree bird-friendly. Yeah. Understandable. Are you gonna be buying, like, how mature ones? Like, straight away buying, like, that, you know, they are good to go, or the ones that you need to be waiting a few years? Yeah. Nice. Nice. Well, hopefully everything goes well then. So you're kind of buying then somewhat of like mature and ready ones? Yeah. It makes sense. 'Cause I think every single time that I have been hearing people, you know, buying trees like that, that they are buying like, you know, ones that they like for sure know that, you know, they are gonna be working because they are indeed mature enough. Which every single time sounds so strange to be talking mature and tree. But I think it's the correct way to be saying it. It just feels wrong. Because I know, like, one thing that, which I think it is kind of stupid, but at the same time understandable, is that the place that I was born in and did go to school for a few years, they planted, like, an apple tree for every, like, new student or something like that. You know, it's of course a good thing, but at the same time, why couldn't you just be doing it anyways, you know? There's technically still a tree that has my name on it. I would like to say I don't think that they have been throwing it out. It's too young for being anything too good. Yeah, understandable. You don't want to be doing it again if it's not turning out great. But yeah, I just think that it's kind of, like, hilarious. Like, why is it a thing that, like, they are planting trees because, you know, dudes are in schools? As I said, I think they could just do it anyways. I don't think that we need to be in school. It's just this, you know, what it is. I kind of thought that they do it anymore because the place that I grew up in is... I've talked about it before, that it's like kind of dead nowadays. It hasn't really been trying to keep up with, you know, things that are going on. Yes, understandable as well. They were, like, well, from what I remember, like, they are ridiculously close to each other, like, maybe a meter or two. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they are very much falling behind there. The problem is that, like, they don't want to really be going to go, you know, for where the future is going, and, you know, that kind of means for a relatively small place that it's gonna be going to die. Like, the problem is that there is good schools from grades 1 to 9. But then if you want to be studying anymore, which, by the way, high school and vocational school nowadays is mandatory, you need to go somewhere else. You can't be, like... You can't be studying there anymore. There is, like, no schools. Yeah... It's a relatively cheap place to live, but at the same time there is, like, absolutely nothing to be doing there. Yeah... I would like the place, of course, to be better because, you know, I'm from there, but... you know, if they're not willing to be doing anything, they're not willing to be doing anything. Nothing I can do. Yeah. As I said, like, looking back at it, the place and how it is now, I wouldn't be able to live there. There is... I mean, it's like... it's like big enough place, it's not like it's a town or anything. There is a decent amount of people there. I don't know how many there is nowadays. But at the same time, like, considering everything, it's a relatively small place. But yeah. Like, one thing that that place has good for it is, as I said, cheap places to be living, and a lot of them. But then again, if you want to be going anywhere, you need to be going quite a far away. There's like, you know, the necessary, like, you know, grocery stores nearby, but that's about it. And also the problem is that they have not really going into, like, we have the thing nowadays that we can be opened however we want nowadays. But that place still still works in the way that stores are gonna be closing 9 p.m. on, you know, weekdays. They're gonna be closed at 6 p.m. on Saturdays, and they are most likely not open on Sundays. So it's so stupid. Because nowadays, like, so many places work that, like, you know, you can kind of go whenever you want to the store. It's not so strict. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think what do I call the small place, it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna actually check it out how many people live there. Of course, it's gonna be quite outdated because I'm not gonna be updating it every day. Like, the place that I really now has a lot more people than the place that I used to be living in. Also, nighttime encounters. 8 p.m. Yeah. You're not gonna be really realizing what you're missing until it's gone. Kind of situation. Yeah, the place that I'm living right now has like 32,000 people living in here. You know, decent amount, quite a big place. They're a small country, so keep that in mind. And the place that I used to live in nowadays has 26,000 people. And I would like to say that there was a lot more before, you know, they have fallen behind. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Because I will say that at the time that it was like a nice place. But like, as I said, it just hasn't really gone with the rest of the world. And because it's a relatively big place, even though it's a small place, like, there is not that... the space itself, like how much room is in there, it's not that big. So for that, there's a lot of people in there, it's just not keeping it up. Yeah. But then again, I will say that, you know, there is like the places in here, of course, that like actually like are very small. Yes, the amount of people that live there. And they work quite fine because, you know, everyone knows each other and helps each other out. But, you know, if it's like after a certain point of a bigger place, it's just not gonna be working. You know, too many people. Which is, you know, understandable. Jeez. It do be like that sometimes, though, isn't it? How did this dude even get here in the first place? Yeah. And sometimes it's unfortunate that the reason is money. But yeah, it is interesting. Yeah. Hopefully things turn out better, indeed. Nice. Yeah. I will say that I would be visiting the place that I grew up in for the first like 10 years or so. I would visit there more often, but The problem is that it's like 4-hour drive away. And you know I don't really want to be going there. Because unfortunately, I just... The only one that I really care to be seeing there is my grandma. And I know that unfortunately she doesn't really have the energy to be... that I would be there for that long. Yeah, definitely. Have a nice lunch then. What are you planning on doing on your lunch break? Because I know that you're not just gonna be eating, you usually do something else. Nice. Are you far away from getting it ready? So the Gallade is the one that solos everything then on the Blastoise. Interesting. Is there like a good reason to be keeping doing Blastoise like there was for Venusaur for the Airbus? I guess I will say that I don't know, personally be knowing. As I said, I don't really care about Scarlet and Violet raids myself. It's kind of tempting to try to go to 1,000 today. It would be quite nice to be, you know, ending the hunt for now. To do 1,000 checks. Because soon we hit 900 checks. It's one of those days that I just, you know, don't realize that encounters happen. That just happened somehow. Do be loving those days. Hello. I forgot you were there. Snoring. Maybe I'll be gone today for 9 PM. I don't know. If possible. Could be quite nice. I mean, it would be 45 minutes away, and I would like to say that I could be doing it. Be doing it indeed. But of course, if I would be finding a shiny, I don't think that I will be doing anything else today. Because, you know, getting first of all late, and also is there really a reason to be starting something somewhere anymore? Because indeed it is late. It doesn't happen too often nowadays that once I do be finding a shiny that I'll be ending it off for the day. Because usually shinies happen somewhat early in the stream, or I have already decided that I'm not gonna be continuing hunting in that game. Like it was the case with the thing called Mount Lanakila. But yeah, another ad break in about 4 minutes. As it is usually the case, it's about 3 minutes or so of a break that I'll be going from it because it's the time that it should be playing in. At least that should be the max. Of course, you know, depending on what do you get. Right. And they do be, as always, a good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat, take a break, out of way. It's good to be taking breaks every once in a while as well. Do be. Oh, hello. You're gonna be showing up again like the next encounter, or what are you gonna be doing? But yeah, I will say that today has been like rare encounter-wise, being like ridiculously lucky, decent amount of stone churners, and a whole 1% trolley dons. Insane. Considering that, like, not that long time ago, it was the first one that I have ever seen. But, you know, still. But then again, luck to be working weirdly, now does it. It's a rare thing to be seeing, so that's cool. It do be cool. I don't think that I'll be able to squeeze in one or more, so I'll leave it in here. I could've, but better not taking the chances. Good time to be giving you the attention that you want. Funny little cat. Doobie. There we go. Oh, there goes the cat. But it stayed there for quite some time, I will say that much. And also you weren't like changing how you are that often. It's what you usually do, so that's nice. Just chilling there for quite some time. Getting soonish back to the hunting indeed. Soonish indeed. There's so much cat hair on my monitor because the cat did leave. Jeez. Let's run away from you then. Some more encounters. I think I will be going to try to be getting to the 1,000 checks today, which would be a little bit over 100 more. As it's so close. You know, as I said, it's a good way to be going into a break from the hunt as well. And some of it definitely is because unfortunately yesterday was cut short of a stream, so getting all the joy out of this. I didn't fight you. That's right. It would be quite cool to be seeing 2 more stone journers today. A third one would be pushing it a little bit. Because it's about 1 in every 50 encounters that you'll be seeing. Well, 3 would be a little bit too much, but 2 could be definitely a possibility. Especially, you know, odd-wise, but you know, odds are never telling you the truth. Never ever do they tell you the truth. Yeah, it's still a nice. I will still say that it's nice to be getting like somewhat of an estimate to be what you're looking for. Nice. Yeah, what rewards do you get from defeating the Blastoise? Oh, you get an airbus from that dude as well? Jeez. They really want to be giving us airbus, I see. I mean, I don't mind it for the people that want to be using them a lot, but it's kind of strange. But why now specifically? Like, why not sooner? And why also not all the time? Even if it, you know, would be a harder one to be defeating, then I don't think that people would be minding if it would be like guaranteed airbus. That's one of the things why I absolutely be hating to be hunting for airbus, and why I decided that I'm not gonna be using them, because it's like so hard to be trying to be getting a bunch of them somewhat quickly. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck indeed to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully we'll be able to find whatever you're looking for, or at least get something. Hopefully indeed hunting is going well. True. Also, it would be absolutely ridiculous if I will be able to run today to the third 1%. I mean, I will say that you never know with the kinds of authentic Sinistry that do you run to it or not, because as I said, I'm not gonna be waiting every single time that I encounter a Sinistry to be saying that does it have the mark or not. But then again, this is kind of rare to be seeing overall. Because the 1%, it's an overworld one, and I'm not gonna be like intentionally encountering the visible ones, you know. But, you know, 1% do be a 1%. No matter where you get it. I still will be absolutely laughing about one thing though that did happen very close to the place that I used to be living in that I have been talking about today. That one thing that like it did get a lot of attention about is that they did build a school completely made out of wood. And I will say one thing that it didn't last too long. It's not doing so well anymore. Like, it's sure like it's a cool thing and everything, but you know, it's just wood. It's not gonna be surviving too long. Because, you know, snow, aka water, exists in here so much. Yeah. But usually in here, at least some parts are made out of like, you know, better material that doesn't really care that much if it gets wet. Oh no. Yeah. But yeah, in here, like, most of the things are not only made from wood for another reason, and it's because, you know, wood isn't the best to be keeping the cold out slash warm in. Same thing. So usually there is like something else that, you know, is there between to be making it better. But also, it will be still making every single building to be absolute garbage to be in when the summers nowadays are 30 degrees Celsius. These houses are not built for that. And the problem is that because most things don't be built for it, that they're gonna be having the fun thing that if they don't get cooling in here, the houses are gonna be, or buildings are gonna be even worse. Yeah. I'm not saying that it's not like a bad thing per se, but having the entire like building made out of wood, it's not gonna be lasting for long. As I said, in the places that there is lots of snow, aka water. Uh, yeah. Like most of our summer cottages that we have in here, that they are made out of like, you know, from entire like wood, like the trunk and everything. It's not like it's like planks. It's just like, you know, the whole thing. Just, you know, made it that it's the same size and smooth, basically. That's it. And they last a long time because they, you know, are meant for it. But like, they are still not the best at keeping you indeed cold in, cold out and the warm in, or the other way around if it's warm, of course. But yeah, it's a good starting point, you know, but depending on where you live, better to be switching indeed. Yeah, exactly. They can be very good quality, but I will say that if you are gonna be making nowadays a good quality wood house or wooden house, whatever my thing, it's going to be ridiculously expensive. Yeah. And also the whole like wood thing and like not planks and just the trunk, as I said. Or what it is called, I don't know in English. I think it's a trunk, I don't know. They're also very, very hefty. So, you know, it's not the easiest thing to be building. Yeah, I think those are the things that usually are used in a structure, like the structure, like inside or in the in the walls, in the ground. In here, like indeed in the summer cottages, I think. At least it's something like similar to it. At least I know that it's some sort of like concrete. It's not like specifically concrete, it's something I'm mixing with it, I'm not completely sure, but not my problem, haven't needed to be using them myself or deciding to be buying them. Yes, exactly, yeah. I will say though, wood in general isn't that bad, like even in those situations. But it shouldn't be, you know, the part that touches the crown too much, if you understand what I mean. Like there should be like something before or between the wood and the ground. Oh no. Yeah. Nice. I will say that if you like build a house like decently high and you live in like indeed like a little bit far away from like big cities and everything, it's quite a nice place to be storing firewood and such. Nice. I can imagine that. I remember that, yeah. We used to have, like, on my parents' summer cottage, we used to be having a well there. Unfortunately, it was in a kind of a weird spot in that no matter what the situation was, the well was almost always like dry. So, you know, you couldn't really be using it. And the strange thing is that, you know, it's not like there wasn't like water nearby or anything. There was quite a good amount of water nearby. But I guess it just was built in a spot that I guess over the years just have kind of just dried altogether. I will say though, when I was a kid, I haven't been in that place like over like I don't know, a bunch of years. I haven't had that in forever. The I was always having the scary thought that I would be accidentally falling down in the well. So I was always afraid of going near it. Yeah. That's nice. Worlds are interesting in that they are like kind of annoying to be building, and also you need to be very specific where you can be building them as well. Like you can't just put it anywhere. I mean you can, but you know, not really. Nice. How so? What did you do? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Seems like quite a large lake that they wanted to be putting there. Or a pond, but still like a decently sized one. Yeah. Understandable. I will say that, of course, it's understandable that certain things that are like, high in pollution, they need to be done, in the middle of nowhere. But it would be nicer if there would be a lot less of them. Like, they would be more closer to big cities and everything like that. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. This is a very smart move we got there. But yeah. Oh, you're coming back? Hello. How are you? Yeah? You have been eating again because I can smell it, and also your nose is very moist. Okay, goodbye. That was a very short-lived visit. I can kind of see that. I wouldn't be messing up with that drinking water. Unfortunate, of course, but yeah. Hope it gets sorted out. Like, surely they would be finding a better spot somewhere else. Is there like a specific reason why they need to be like there, or like what's the deal? Yeah, exactly. Unfortunate, but very well, like, for them a good reason to be doing it like that. Yeah, imagine. I mean, I will say it's a big amount, of course, but at the same time, not really. In those, like, numbers, it's not that much, you know? It's a big number, yeah, but... Yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately. Because the thing is that the more money we're talking about, the less the loss is gonna be, like, actually be, because it's, still gonna be a lot of money. Jeez. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ah, jeez. Anyway, unfortunate. Understandable. And you know, if you enjoy living in a area, you know, why not? I guess like different people like different things. I don't personally mind living a little bit farther away from like city center, but I would still like it to be like easy enough to be getting everywhere I want, you know. And as I said, for me, because I'm so used to it, I really want to be that there is available 24/7 store nearby. Yeah. I think it's even more unfortunate if you realize that that kind of life that you're living is not for you, like, let's say a year or two after, and then you kind of like are like you thinking that should you be moving back to somewhere or should you just try again. Nice. Lovely. You're probably gonna be having a very big celebration about it, right? Yeah. Understandable. Sounds lovely. I'm kind of in a fortunate position that, like, that thing didn't really do anything for my life. I'm fortunate in that. I mean, does it mean that I don't really have a life? Yeah, but then again, it's my life. Nice. Sounds delicious. Yeah, exactly. Not everyone is, you know, an outgoing person. And there's nothing wrong with it. Some people just enjoy being home, and in my opinion, as long as you're like going outside enough, it doesn't really matter. Like, surely you should be going outside every once in a while because, you know, unhealthy being inside. You might not notice it, but it's definitely something for your brain. That is like the bad thing. But yeah, we're rounding in on the final encounters. 1000 seen today. Decent, decent. We're raiding someone. Though. Oh, good luck with that then. Sounds like a tedious process. But yep, that's all the encounters for the day indeed. As I said, tomorrow I will most likely be going ahead and doing the Snuff King game. We will be playing that indeed. As I said, I would have been playing it today, but it literally did release 3 hours ago. So couldn't really be set up being everything. But yeah. We'll be going on with that tomorrow. Let's see how far I can get in that game. Yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. Remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye! Also, by the way, I have a raid emote. You can spam that. It should be an emote that you get from following. Of course not spam actually, but you know, you can send it